All right, we are live on YouTube. We probably need to restart the server. Yeah, we got to figure out why our WebSocket connection is not stable. Because this thing needs to run 24/7. But maybe that's just because it's local. Because it connects fine there. All right, so we got an error on that page though, but here we launch back up just fine. Notification types is something we haven't created yet over in our store. Well, actually we did, we're just not setting it. But it might not know about it yet. Well, actually, we are bringing that in. So hold on. Oh. Wait. No. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, not that. Yeah, autocomplete got us. There we go. All right, so then over here, keyword form doesn't exist, and that's where we started building out notification form. Yeah, we'll pass in notification types. Actually, that one doesn't care. Okay, so what we end up needing is some state. Selected type. Yep, that looks right to me. So value does have to be a string there. So we'll do that. But We'll do that. Okay, so then here what we want to do is uh, notification type. Yep, that looks right to me. So then, yeah, that form should render here in a second. No, the product we're building right now is going to be consuming the SAS. So this is basically helping us do a proof of concept. I also need to rename it, and I haven't decided yet. All right. So when this page loads, and no, that is not accurate there. And we don't care about selected org here. We just need to fetch the notification types. And hold on, wait. I think we're doing that at the base. No, not yet. Are we doing it at the layout? All right, so we don't have the notification type service yet. So I'm not sure that's the right URL, though. Let's double check that part. I actually want to make this just notification types. But that is not org based. Okay. That does mean we need to do one thing here. We rebuild that SDK. Restart the server. Refresh that. All right, and then other places should just be able to use it. So we don't need the effect to fetch it. All right, so then notification types are passed into our form. All right, so then based upon selected org, we're not going to be fetching keywords here. But what we'll do is comment that for now because we don't have that service built. Aha, but actually have something wrong in how we're doing our routing. Because this is keyword notifications based on that. Yes, we need a new migration to create. Because basically we're going to end up having another resource. But no, we're not going to do events. All right, so getting a list of all notifications that you've set up, showing that an individual notification. Yeah, index, create, show, update, delete. You need to be able to create one too. And you might wonder why I'm doing like only for all of these. I like it being more explicit. I find more value in just making sure that everything is laid out rather than like implicit. This way you can see every, every endpoint that we expose. So yeah, we end up doing that. So in this case, when we're doing resources here, it's going to create the routes from this notification controller for the methods that we expose on it. When we say only here, we only want it to create routes using these endpoints. What we're doing is we're explicitly saying which endpoints we want rather than just letting it be implicit and do everything, even though this is technically everything. It's a router abstraction. I believe you, instead of only, you could do except, or what is it? Not except. Maybe it's except. It's something like that, right? So instead, all of these would be implicit, and we don't want to have index. I find except to actually be the wrong way. So in this case, it's an allow list versus a deny list. We'll hold off on leaving the server running like that for a second. Let me get more music going. And a thanks, Space Case. Well, I feel like Chaotic's getting close to the 365. Like, he's got to be there by now, right? Yeah, I'm going to have 2 of these little eggs. The stewed ones are better. The salt baked are okay. I thought it was going to be the opposite for me. Yeah, he was at 360 just earlier this week. So I'm thinking it's either today or Monday. Unless he missed out. I'd be ashamed to like lose it partway through. Oh, you're going to hit 315 on Monday or Tuesday? So that's when he'd hit it too. The salt ones are good. Stewed ones are just so much better. I used to raise quail and eat a dozen eggs a day. Gotcha. They're pretty high in cholesterol. Like 7 of them is 78% of daily cholesterol. Exactly, 4-wheel. That's why I was saying that. And we see him lurking, so I think he's good. All right, one more. No, I get that. That makes sense. Problem with cholesterol is that even when you're young, it's still, like, it adds up later in life anyway. Red Gorilla, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Let's make sure the mic's facing the right way. All right, so we haven't actually scaffolded. Gen migration, add. And it's really like an org notification, but we'll just call it notifications. And hold on, let's keep it consistent. Are we doing add or create? I think it's create. Actually, shit. Whatever. Oh, we did just the gen migration, so actually we can just remove that one migration. There we go. Gen JSON. Type ID references. We called it keyword notification types, but it should probably just be notification types, but we'll do that. All right, what we want to do is this. We'll get rid of that part for now. Thank you for the follow, Brody. Here it is. It's accept, not. Yeah, it is accept. Okay. So, yep. Yeah, that's the explicit versus implicit I was talking about. But keyword notifications is its own thing. We're going to roll back everything and we're going to start hacking at this a bit more. Because it turns out I named some stuff wrong. So yeah, we had a flaw in our database design. All right, so we changed the order those happen in. This becomes notification types. Right, so we've just got notifications SMS, notifications email. That's actually notifications. This becomes just notification types. But turns out we need to do this. Right, notification types get created first. Oh. Right, if type ID gets deleted, then we delete notifications as well. I'm not sure we need. Oh, we do want it to be unique, so that's fine. So yeah, slight refactor to our database structure. If an org is deleted, we want to delete the keywords for it. Yep. Because, yeah, notifications are at the global level, right? And then keywords have a notification just associated with them, which I think makes things simpler. Yep. What's up, Owen? How you doing? So then this actually becomes notifications. Yep, we wanted a unique index on that. But not notification kid. There we go. There you go, Owen. All right, so notifications have a unique index on name. And I've likely broken a whole bunch of stuff. But this looks okay to me so far. Notifications there. There. I think we're good. And what's up, Will? How you doing? Okay. So then, yes, here in notifications, we just have the ID, or the type ID, and the name. So then notifications, SMS, and email are their own thing. This feels right to me. Okay. So we've just updated our migrations. We didn't actually update all this stuff now. So we've got this notification, uh, entity. But what we end up wanting to do is move these three into here. What's up, Nicholas? How you doing? So yeah, then in these, we want to get rid of that. And yeah, this is a good album, Swag Dev. So then, yeah, notification email is the name of that. Right, so an email and SMS, those are the keywords there. This prefix is now just N. I don't think I like it, but we'll deal with it. Wish we got better type safety from that. So yeah, we do N type there. Sorry, no, we skip shit with singing. Come on. But I forgot some stuff. Okay, so notifications slash notification email, notifications slash notification SMS. And then here, yeah, we pull a bunch of stuff out of here. All right, so then SMS. Yep, keyword notifications, keyword events, those all stay there. Yeah, so now we're actually like structuring this a bit better. All right, so let's get back to where this part starts. And yeah, that part. All right, so then we got one error down here. Notifications, notification SMS. Why does it think that's not there? What? Oh, okay, so that one's actually broken. This one isn't, though. Yeah, so that's definitely there. What is this blue telling us? Oh, should have the module doc tag. So that's not important. Oh, maybe I just didn't save. That was it. Yeah, for sure, Hunar. Oh, what's up, Brainless? How you doing out there? Oh, so this no longer errors out. Okay. So then it's just in our controllers. You pulled an all-nighter? I mean, I stayed up till 4 a.m., but I was playing video games and drinking whiskey. Totally separate thing. Oh, I messed that up. Yeah, let's just go one by one on these. Decided to revert a bad decision a teammate made or a team made of casting every single data field into snake case and atomizing it, which causes a very important latency, but the service is large and everything is broken. You're putting the pieces back together. Yeah, and there's like a limit to how many atoms you can have, right? Now, normally you shouldn't be running into that issue if it's a sane design system, right? Or a sanely designed application, but not all apps are. Main issue is that converting a 20 megabyte payload from and back, uh, that already sounds like a mistake of some kind. 20 megs? Something has gone terribly wrong. Maybe not in the short term, but yeah, like, I don't know, that screams bad design to me. Yeah, seems to me like pagination should be a thing. Okay, that fixed our bug there. All right. I mean, you guys know your app better than I do. Still sounds wrong, right? Like, sounds like a design smell. But you don't need to decorate it till you have the whole thing, right? I don't know. To me, it just seems like it'd be a better design to paginate it, and then you could refetch the parts that failed. But if the whole thing fails, then you're restarting an entire 20 meg fetch. Like, you don't need to decorate it till you've got everything, right? But you can fetch it in chunks still. And by doing so, you're spending less CPU time parsing the entire thing at once, because you can always decorate, you can always do parts of that decoration without the whole set, right? I don't know. Again, I don't know the payload, I don't know the data, and maybe it's not worth the effort. But the chance of a 20 meg payload failing in the middle of it, like, how often are you guys having to refetch based upon like a middle failure, right? Like, connection dropped in the middle or something. Sure. Like, I'm not saying the client needs to. I mean, honestly, I feel like after it's decorated, the client could get chunks too. But yeah, that part's trickier. Sure, sure, sure. Yeah, I get that. I don't know. Yep. You know the design better than I do. But this is still going to be org. Yep. Field org ID. Wait, what do you mean brainless? Uh, like we realized that there was a separate abstraction. You're probably sleepy too. But basically, yes, we realized that keyword notification is an association between a notification at the org level. So as an organization, you're going to create notifications that are approved, and you can associate those with any keywords you want. They're no longer created based upon the keyword, they're created just based upon the org. All right, like, here you go. So there is still keyword notifications, but these are just the association between a keyword and a notification. But still nested within orgs. We'll have to figure out what those errors are with our change set. But yeah, org ID is something we do there, and our migration is missing that. Yeah, almost had a bug there. We were doing it based on name, which means only one org ever could have something called email, which would be totally broken. And what's up, Ethan? Yeah, good gaming yesterday. And yeah, from what I've read, early game is just way harder now in like the newest thing. Oh, yeah, no worries. All right, you got audio back? All right, so let's see. Will it blend? Yeah, I got to do more stuff. Yeah, I got to do like some other stuff for them first anyway. So, yeah, like not in a position to ask them for anything. Uh, you know, should like probably try and do some content with them or something. Wait, hold on, Spirius. One thing at a time. Um, so yeah, Ethan. Basically, the game is a way harder, like early game. Like until we can get some of those abilities that make it easier later. Like yeah, no, like we're having the same experience as everyone else. That boss especially. I do think if we had some good range with us, that boss would be easier because we're just sitting there like running around dodging stuff without being able to like send any attacks or anything. But I did look up one thing. There's a synergy between Earthquake and one of the support gems you can put on it, like Earthquake with like jagged something or other, like jagged Earth. Your like Hammer Totem or whatever will activate the jagged Earth, so you can like increase the amount of like DPS of both of those together, kind of thing. Because technically, Earthquake, I don't think it does anything without like the jagged Earth part. Like otherwise, it's just a slow. But I didn't realize the synergy between those two things. So there we go. And then Spirius. Having an org on top of the users so that a company would have multiple people that can use the account. Yes, except it's not necessarily an org on top of users. Right? Like, let's go look at the router. What we actually have is users which live outside, right? So the entity of user is outside the scope of an org. An org is then associated to users. So a user can be a part of multiple orgs. But also, an org, having org users means that you can have multiple people per team to manage these things. This is pretty much table stakes for any kind of like software as a service. If you're not building your application in this way, you're going to eventually have to pivot to build it that way when you want to do enterprise sales. Now, one way you can do it is definitely like, well, yeah, each org has its own user accounts, but then it becomes really annoying to have to like juggle what orgs you're a part of, right? Being able to select which org you want to do something with becomes really valuable. So, yeah, just how you structure your like orgs or teams or whatever, and users being able to be a part of multiple is important. Yes, exactly. Same architecture in Walter. Basically, every application I'm building from now on is going to have that basic architecture. I've messed that up in the past, especially for things that I didn't think would need organizations, like Stream Parrot, which does simplify the application quite a bit. But it's just, yeah, anything where you want businesses to use this stuff, you need to like abstract out what a user is versus an org user, etc. Do I ever go fishing? Not really. Like, not these days at all. I used to back when I was like a snowboard bum. Living in a van. Fishing's a good way to kill some time and maybe get some food to eat. Um, I wouldn't mind doing some crabbing if I could have like good internet out there, right? Like that'd be pretty cool. Get some like, waterproof laptop or something. Go crabbing. Starlink could do that. I mean, honestly, the places I'd go crabbing would probably have decent enough cell phone service. So if I had unlimited data, I could do that too. I stream, Davins. I started streaming specifically because I was working from home and I needed to connect a bit. Like that's part of it. There's a bunch of reasons, but yeah, that's definitely one of the reasons. I used to go out to meetups in Seattle here like 4 or 5 times a week. Like before COVID even, I started streaming and I started going out to less events. That's fine, Mr. Friend. I do that same stuff too, but we just don't try and like sensationalize it here on stream. Over on gaming stream, we have fun, but here, I don't know. It, it's just weed, man. People who make weed into their entire life are so boring. But Davins, I would start looking for meetups in your area, right? Like tech meetups or other things that you're interested in. Seattle used to have a really good tech scene. Like I could easily have weeks where I'd go out to meetups like 4 times a week. Right? There used to be Seattle JS, which we still have Seattle JS, but then there was Seattle React, there was Seattle Angular, there was APIs and IPAs, there was Beers with Engineers, there was Beer and Code at Substantial, there was the Go meetup, the Rust meetup. I know there was a Python meetup that I never really went to. Right? Um, there was a WordPress meetup that kind of sucked. uh, like there was easily like 10 meetups a month that you could find and go to. And it was pretty good. And I know there were more than that. I'm just forgetting what they were. Oh, there's the Kubernetes meetup. Um, there's like a data science meetup that ended up basically just being a Python meetup. I don't know. Yeah, there was like Seattle had a really strong meetup scene. What's Maniac? How you doing? Yeah, show me what you got, Maniac. But okay. Just chilling and playing some games? Nice. Yeah, I'm curious what game we'll play tonight as a group. If anything, I wouldn't mind just playing some more, PoE too. There's always tomorrow for some of that too, though. But you know what? Let me pour the rest of this water and go get some more water and maybe go get some whiskey because it's a Saturday. And yeah, we're making some good progress. I think, yeah, this data refactor, we've got a quick bug that we'll knock out, and then we got more stuff to do. So yeah, BRB, let me go grab this bottle of whiskey. Ooh. Yep, no worries, Maniac. And yeah, what's everyone up to besides Maniac, right? Got some gaming going? Anyone playing PoE 2? Anyone getting frustrated by how grindy and difficult it is? Technically, the name of the company behind it is Grinding Gear Games, so I don't know what we were expecting. I know, right? Like, they're literally called Grinding Gear Games. Mind over Magic? Never even heard of that. Ready for it? Oh, that was a good one. Okay, so colony management game, but like, you know, fantasy based instead of sci-fi based. Nice, that sounds fun. Honestly, I feel like someone could make a killing if they just made a like a good like front end to Dwarf Fortress. Has anyone done that? All right, just take all the data that Dwarf Fortress is giving you and put a better renderer on top of it. Boom. Because that's like the OG colony sim, right? I've never played it myself. I only know of it. All right, so real quick, the error that we got. Create table notifications, create index notification org ID. Relation notification does not exist. So that is in my migration, I believe. Hmm. Oh, that's it. Yeah. We pluralized it. Come on, Clippy, get out of the way. All right. So yeah, that all migrates fine now. Damn. Okay, hold up. I'm really proud of this reply I just made on Twitter. Only because that's where people reply. Blue Sky is a bit more dead. But basically, yeah, right? Like, this is Shad CN based, by the way, right? Neo-brutalism, boom, nailed it. Right? Replying to Aiden Bides, you know you can add themes to Shad CN, right? And then Trav says, Shad CN Gumroad theme. To which I adapted a quote. The greatest lie Gumroad ever told was making people think they invented neo-brutalism. Now, I'm not religious, but it's a quote that I've heard a bunch of times, right? The greatest lie the devil ever told was making people think he didn't exist, or whatever. This is better adaptation. All right, so yeah, our seeds file is broken now. Which I thought I had updated, but I guess not. How about mocks? Mocks look okay to me. Yep, mocks are okay. Oh. Mocks not included in formatter. Ooh, let's go fix that. Okay, so build the SDK. Server should still run. There we go. It may crash at some point, but that's okay. And yes, we need to relog in. All right, so the back end should give us a magic link that should still work because we didn't change any of that stuff. Shit. Oh, no, it's because our server shut down, which is bullshit. I don't know why it keeps doing that now. All right, that works. So then we go to keywords. We've got two created, foo and bar. So now error creating keyword, is that because our server died? No. 500 sad panda. So what did I break there? Events not found. What? All right, let's go look at that logic. So that's keyword response. Params doesn't have that. All right, so then we go up to create. right? So what we want to do is that. So then if I go refresh, we've got anime, and we delete it. Key events not found in keyword controller at line 52. What's the right way to extend a struct? I thought that was it. Maybe not extend. Add key to struct. Yeah, if it grows any bigger, then maybe I'd do that. I think for now we're okay. Like, just explicitly doing these three props and then adding this isn't that big of a deal. But okay, hold on. I think that's over in router. Because it's not part of like the base struct, right? Our database entry doesn't have an events field, right? That's something that we join on. Let me show you where that's being done. So yeah, list keywords by org ID. This is where we're doing a join on keyword event, and we're getting the event count right there. But it's not a part of the keyword schema. That makes sense? And technically, hold on, I'm doing it as a list, and it should be a number. So that should be a number of 0. And eventually we'll do the same thing with the notifications that are set for it as well. That's fine. I don't want to write to that field. When we're doing this list, all we want is the number. In other cases, when we fetch the individual item, right, like the keyword itself, events will be a list of all of the actual events. So it's going to be like polymorphic at that point. The whole point of the repository pattern is to abstract that stuff away from us. We just create an ad hoc repository method that does what we need. Like the events field that you're thinking of on the schema would actually be different depending on what page we're fetching it on. In this case, it's just the length. On the individual keyword page, when we want to look at all of the events, it's going to be a list of the event schemas. Because of that polymorphism, I don't want to embed that into my schema. I don't want to write to a subfield. The other approach would be to do 2 separate queries rather than a join, and that's way more of a code smell. Right, because it's going to be different depending on the context in which we're fetching or creating these things, it makes more sense. Now, it is a bit of a code smell that this cares about how it's going to be rendered, maybe. But that's why we're doing it at the controller level rather than the schema level. Because I think controllers can at least understand more about how the data they're outputting needs to be consumed. If we were doing it at the model level, that would be a huge problem, though. It does mean that we're going to need to create some other response types, though, which is fine. All right, so, God, see, I don't like this. The jet stream keeps disconnecting us and not allowing another reconnect. Virtual field, and that's fine. But yeah, I don't want it at the model level because it changes based upon the context in which that data is being fetched. This is one of those like fat model, thin controller arguments that people love to have. I don't think everything needs to be in the model. In general, by doing the fat model approach, you paint yourself into a corner abstraction-wise, in my opinion. Which is why I use repositories, which is what Ecto, I think, is made best for. But yeah, this is the really annoying part. Why does our WebSocket connection keep dying? This needs to be stable. So we'll have to figure that out here at some point. Oh, so insecure true might be part of our problem. Module, initial state, and then opts here. Where is start link being called? I think it's here in endpoint. Oh, it might be up in application. Let me just find it. But let me get another album going. Yeah, let me do that first. Okay, so it is an application. I just missed it. There it is. Okay. So it seems to me like options are being passed in. So then what I want to do is I want to pass the options but extend it. Um, should work like a tuple. Yeah, let me just double check this. So it would be merge, but why would keyword.merge be it? I think keyword there is wrong. All right, would that be enum.merge? Maybe it is keyword merge. I just want to double check. Elixir merge lists. Okay. So it is keyword.merge. Okay. Oh, it is. Yeah, totally. Oh, that's another way we could do it rather than merging. Yeah, I like this. All right, so they hate that. Oh, shit. No, that was it. That was totally it. For some reason, I thought I already had those there. Yep, brain fart. Oh, no. See, I had it and they removed it. Yeah, so the formatter is removing those brackets. So let's do it this way then. All right, so that still gives us the same exact error. No function clause matching websockx.con.ssl connection options. Ooh, I might not have these set up either. Okay, so we still have this error though. See if Claude handles that one. I'm not sure I like this. Like, we don't have that cacerts.ppm. And oh man, someone asked a question earlier, something about Salesforce, right? And then A Montero. Hey, it's been a bit. If it's the same A Montero, maybe not. Could be different. But yeah, the font, Nightbot kind of drowned it out there. I'll do it again. The font is Drama Sans. And yeah, is that the same A Montero? It does say first time chat. So maybe a different one. We used to know another, he's a contributor to Dune, which is a like an OCaml Reason thing. Is that you? And then someone else asked another question. And yeah, Davins, your first PR. Yeah, for sure, man. So then, Mr. Friend, what about Salesforce admin stuff? Okay, so Mr. Friend, I don't know, man. If you want to be pigeonholed as a Salesforce admin, then go for it. But it's not a way to break into dev. It's a totally separate thing. It's like people trying to break into dev from support or QA or like testing. It doesn't happen. If you're good at any of those things, they want to keep you there because people don't want to stay there. And if you're not good, well, then there's no way they're going to recommend you to become a dev anyway, right? So it's a catch-22 trying to break into tech from some other role. It does happen, but it is exceedingly rare. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Well, shit. Now how do I close it? Hey, there we go. Okay. So that does start our server. Let's see how long it stays connected. No, exactly, Paper. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it is exceedingly rare because if you're good in support, yeah, they want to keep you in support because you're good at it. If you're good as a tester or as a QA, they want to keep you in those roles because you're good at it. They have no incentive to help you migrate to the career you actually want. But yeah, no worries, Brainless. I will agree that, yeah, QAs and testers make really good devs because they think of the edge cases. Like, yeah, test-driven development comes really naturally to them. But just as at an organizational level, why would you want to promote someone really good at QA, dev, or testing when typically they're cheaper than a dev too? Right? What's their incentive to pay you more and then have to hire someone new that's probably going to be worse? Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah, really perverse incentives to actually migrate from a support, test, or QA role. A lot of people think it's getting their foot in the door. No, you're pigeonholing yourself. In a similar light, I've basically pigeonholed myself as a front end dev career wise because that's what my career has been. Like, I need to get more full stack rolls. And then I can do anything. But yeah. Kind of a bummer. But okay, so it looks like this seems way more stable. I don't see any of the disconnect logic. We'll just let it keep going and see what happens. So yeah, good job, Claude. We'll see if it actually works when we reconnect. Or when we have to, like, reconnect. All right, let me get back to some front end stuff. I don't necessarily like how notifications here is flashing that value. Oh, and it's not notifications, it's keywords. All right, so yeah, like when would keywords actually change? Yeah, we don't need that. Yeah, way better. All right, cool. Now, what if we delete? All right, so we make keywords.length be whether we show that button. And then if we have keywords.length there, we show that. But then if we don't have that, see how they did with that. You have no keywords yet, but we don't want to do plus like that. It would be more like create a keyword. And instead of this, it's not size icon. And it's not neutral. And we don't want padding 0. Yeah, I think Super Maven nailed it on that auto completion there. So then we go to notifications, and we want to do similar. Oop. We don't have that response, so this is a bit of an error. So then we head to the back end, and in the notification controller, yeah, we need to do all of the junk that we're doing basically for keywords as far as the schema stuff goes. So yeah, we got a little bit of boilerplate to get in place. So yeah, just filling in some of this boilerplate. Notification. That's a different thing. One more thing we need is that permissions alias. All right, so then here in the action, who all can do an index of notifications? That just requires read, create is write, show is read, update is write, delete is write. Yep, those are good. Okay, so we got some boilerplate in there. Hmm. Now this becomes the tricky part, right? Because we have polymorphic data here. At the bare minimum, these are the required things, but then how do we want to scope and then validate the polymorphic parts of this. So org ID is part of the URL. We don't have to worry about that part. This would be specific properties. Or type values. It is not an array, though. All right, so then listing the notifications. All right, so we got name, type, ID. All right, so yeah, we should be able to generate the spec for this. Wrong one. All right, and we didn't see ATProto close yet. So yeah, whatever we did with establishing the ping pong stuff, I think has made our WebSocket connection stable. But we get a failure there. Ah, yep. So path param stuff. So yep, that was copy paste getting us. All right, so listing and creating are fine. And then here, this is org ID. Oh, why is update complaining? Has no local return? What? All right, so those all seem right to me. So then what is this complaining about? Oh, yes, it's in the admin paths. So it's in the router, but I am scoping that wrong for admin because we just forgot to update that part. Boom. All right. Notification. I'm going to keep typing that wrong. Okay. So we should be able to do something there. We're on the keywords page, sure. Notifications page, we haven't done that part yet. We got stuff to replace. Notification. So yeah, there's a fair bit of shared boilerplate here, which I'm okay with. All right, so our select dropdown, we probably want that just to be full width. Ooh, but we don't have notification type response in our backend code. Because I messed up the naming of that. Yep. I feel like that definitely got generated. This could just be the TS server being wrong. Yeah, this album's great. Like, honestly, this artist, LA Dream Celerect, kills it. Interesting. This should not be a failure. Notification type response. Because notification types are not scoped to an org, this is actually going to fail on us. So hold on, where are we doing that? All right, so that would have given us some grief. But then I'm still not sure why that's a failure. We can let it be for now. Here in services, yep, same issue there. But then this is notification response. And here on the notifications page, we're still running into an issue there. Keyword notification type controller. Hmm. All right, so and hey, thanks for the sub, Go Drift, Mr. Sir. How you doing? And I missed a few follows, or just one actually. X Lizer, if you're still out there, thank you, appreciate it. Saturday's going all right. I stayed up a bit late playing some Path of Exile 2 yesterday. I forgot how sweaty the early game is if you don't have enough gold just to like buy everything you need. Once you have one character leveled to the end game, it becomes like really easy to level another character. But yeah, the first playthrough is rough. But yeah, I know, right? Can't believe it's been 6 months. That's crazy. Like, it really doesn't feel that long, but it has been that long. Yeah, I'm glad GitHub Universe brought me to San Fran for the first time since I was born there. Oof, yeah, I gotta do mine too. I haven't done mine yet either. Damn, you're right. I'm gonna have to do that tomorrow. I'm gonna have to do that tomorrow. Hey, no, that's super cool, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think like related to that, like a lot of people think you need some big crazy agenda just to press that go live button. The people who end up doing that end up not liking streaming because they feel like they got to plan everything out like way ahead of time. Like, nah, man, you can just go live and build stuff. It's actually really easy. I see it most in like YouTubers, people who are very used to like, you know, they plan out their video, what they're going to record, and it's this like event, it's this thing. Like even at work, people are like, yeah, we'll go live for like a half hour on Twitch. It's like, dude, that's not how Twitch works. You're not going to get any viewers. You're not going to get anyone just popping in randomly. You're going to end up repeating yourself a lot. Like, live streaming is not a live video feed of a video, you know? Yeah, like Jack Harrington. Awesome YouTube videos, but he tried to treat his live stream like a YouTube video. So he had like a very clear like set of things he wanted to do and talk about, which just doesn't work for Twitch because you're going to get people coming in like out of context, and then you're going to have to recap what you just talked about. You can be intentional about it, maybe, right? Like I have a plan for what I'm going to do throughout the day, and people might miss what I did earlier, but it's actually not important if they catch every little thing I do. Whereas if you're planning it as like a presentation, you're usually building upon the stuff that you said earlier, at which point people feel left out, like out of the loop. It's the problem with like pretty much any brand like streams as well. Right? Unless they're doing like a proper like office hours and chat, they're treating it like a presentation, and that just doesn't work for Twitch because presentations require context. Yep. Yeah, the interactivity is the most important part, and interactivity can't be planned. think eventually some brands will start to get it. Like they'll just have a regular office hours where, you know, they've got a recurring guest for a month or two in which like that guest just builds something with them on the stream. The only time you see, like the only work you see being done is that person building that thing, but you have someone else like emceeing who can like field questions and, you know, respond to people while maybe the other person is focused because they're not a streamer and they're not good at responding, right? And then bam, hey, we've hit a Pomodoro timer. Let's respond to some questions from chat. Like that is maybe like the future of branded streams, right? Like office hours / watch me build something with our product. But very few brands actually pull that off correctly. Like if we had any of our dev team, especially like GitLens, building out GitLens on stream and then just answering questions, that would be huge. That would be massive. But yeah, devs don't typically like to stream anyway, so it would be it's like pulling teeth getting anyone on the team to try and like do something live like that. If I could convince them to do it, I bet it would make them more relaxed for conference and presentation style stuff anyway. Yeah, exactly. You build it live 2 days a week, answer questions when you have a good moment to take a break, and you interact with your community. You get regulars and all that stuff. If you have like a consistent time, you're going live. But you can't just do one-off streams, right? Like if you stream it, they will come. Like it's not the field of dreams here, man. Streaming is all about consistent work week to week, month to month, year to year. And it builds and snowballs from there. Very few people can make it work as a sporadic thing. I think GeoHot is one of them. But very few people can do that, and they need to bring their audience from elsewhere anyway. You can't build an audience without a regular cadence. But I don't know. I love talking about the theory of like what streaming can mean for brands. And I think it's why brands are better off sponsoring a streamer and doing like one-off streams for a streamer that's already consistent. You're a sucker for bets with chat? Oh, yeah. Hold up. You made a bet with chat and chat won. Yep, that sounds about right. But you know, this might be something you consider. Totally up to you. Kind of takes away some of the rigmarole of building out like the bets. We haven't touched it in a little while, but yeah, the basic idea is that, you know, Primogen does those like first try predictions, right? So you can get chat betting on this thing like, hey, did I do it right? Will it blend? And it'll go through and actually create the prediction for you. And I think we even have a way of resolving it within it as well. But it's just a Go CLI tool. Like pretty simple. Like it runs the command for you. So yeah, like it'll actually resolve the success or failure. Yep. Yeah, I like it. So yeah, it's more like if you're running your tests, will they all pass? Will it blend? And you can do it with any CLI command that you might run. So maybe not a 100% like useful for everything, but if you do end up checking it out, let me know. Will Copilot get this working in 3 tries? Yeah, so it works less for something like that. But if you end up wanting to get rid of some of the boilerplate of it, could be useful. It was just fun to build. We didn't even vibe code it. We just wrote it by hand. Hold on, we got some forks. Who forked it? I don't even remember who forked it. Oh, we do have some pull requests. I haven't looked at this in ages. Yeah, why make a hidden class? Yeah, I don't know. I pushed back and I didn't get any replies. So I wasn't keen to merge it. So yeah, I don't know. We'll maybe get to it eventually. So, I mean, you can get that, actually. It's over here in Insights, and then you go to Network, and you can see all the forks that were made. It takes a second to fetch, but yeah, you can totally do that. Yeah, no worries. You can even click forks, actually, and it will show you the whole list, too. I usually just do network because it shows you how they relate, which I find more valuable. So that is incorrect. All right, so then new notifications. Oh, 400, 500, sad panda. Well, shit. Oof. Just want to make sure our relations got created that way. On the about? Really? GS Porto, which button? Because this one doesn't. This starts your own. And this only shows your forks. Oh, the link. Okay, so not a button, but a link. Good call. Great catch. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, good call. Thanks, GS Porta. Yeah, I still prefer the network just for the visualization of it. But yeah, good call. I forgot about that. Okay, let me go use the restroom, though. I'll be right back. And, sorry for the burp. We got some bugs to fix. Yeah, why are we not able to fetch these? Okay, so we gotta log back in. That's a separate thing. Let me at least do that first. Make sure that all still works. All right, we see our keywords. Right, so then, yeah, fetching notifications gives us a 500 sad panda. So we're going to figure that out, but I got to go pee, and I will be right back. And yeah, how is everyone doing? So when we look at what's happening here, right, relation notification does not exist. And it's on the notification controller. We're doing the list endpoint. And yeah, that should have been notifications. We'll probably have to go fix that. Oh, and this got generated for us. I don't like the data thing. Anyone here ever like use those like data prefixes, like, you know, rather than just returning the data? Like for a list, it's important, but for an individual item, it's not. Ooh, so it looks like over in our schema, we're missing something. Yep. All right, so that part's good. But that's not our error. Undefined table. Oh, yeah. Hold on. That was it. All right. Now we got a different thing. List notifications. And that's actually going to be wrong. Because we want to do it by org ID. We don't need to do a join. Group by. Or this. Hey, and our fetch is good-ish. But notification types is no good. Keyword notification type controller does not exist. So that's got to be in the router. Yep. But that's in admin, so that shouldn't have been the main issue there. This goes up there. And that would be that part. So we still, hold on. What? Operation ID was not found in Action API spec. We get into notification type controller, and we should go look at what's being validated there. As far as endpoints go, that's it. But notification types does not have an org ID param. Still the same error. Operation ID was not found in Action API spec. Operation ID there is index. What am I doing different there? Oh, I think it's a router thing. No, we are here at API. Only index. What we can do is just make this a get. I feel like I've seen that before, but I don't remember how we're getting that error now. So cast and validate here is the thing giving us an error. Index is the operation ID. Right, so the router is getting to the type controller just fine. The issue happens when cast and validate is called for it. Let me just try this again. So let's compare these, right? We don't have any path parameters, so we don't worry about that. Index is the value. We give it a summary. What if I just don't do the cast and validate? Okay. So that looks like that actually worked. If we go to network, we see notification types. I think I'm okay with it. Yeah, like cast and validate only makes sense when we're doing like post and update stuff. Like, post, put, patch. Yeah, we'll call that good. Okay. So then, boom. All right, notification types dot map type dot name. This part seems broken. But I think I already know how that's broken. So hold on. Notification type values, like list notification types response. That one's not making it through. French tacos? I've never heard of that. All right, so there we go. That's the fix there. I do need to rebuild it then, because I messed up. It's not keywords. Okay, so now this is weird. And my Indian food was good. Yeah, I got it a little spicier than normal, and it was delicious. I'm tempted to cook it again tonight, but I could also just do I could do dumplings. I got dumplings to use up. Oh, interesting. So now we're running into an inconsistency between what it says right? Like we're listing it as notification underscore types, but it is camel casing it as far as like when it's building the objects. And that seems wrong to me. Let me get more music on. Now, the quick and easy fix is to just force everything to be single words without, snake case or camel case. That doesn't seem like the fix, though. So that's something to do with open specs or whatever, right? Like the library we're using to create those. But what's the issue there? Why are we even doing that part? So open API generator CLI. Hold up. I think I know what the issue might be. Yeah, so org ID is camel cased. All of these things are getting camel cased. Because the OpenAPI generator is converting those values as part of the runtime. I just want to verify that. So yeah, OpenAPI generator might be wrong. Yeah, model property naming. There it is. Yes, we see map values. I don't actually see that being called, though. Oh, here it is. Yep. Yes, the main issue is I just don't want to use their like generated actual SDK functions because they are needlessly verbose. Hmm. There is certainly a better way to do this. I'm not sure how I want to do it yet. Hmm. Let's double check with Claude. Unexpected parameters. Skip alias generation. Uh, yes. All right. So I think that ends up working. Perfect. Okay. So then, will it blend? We do get notification types. So then here in this fetch, what is going wrong? All right, we see notification types, array, ID, name. Okay. So then if we go to our JSON responses, all right, we do string.trim. And we want to do that for basically all. Right, so we'll go through all of our JSON stuff just to be sure. Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that, Baffle. Yeah, in one of the interviews that we had for a social media person yesterday, they posted like, part of the thing was like creating a meme, and one of those memes was like the what's her name from The Office? Like, here's the thing, and here, corporate wants you to tell the difference between these two pictures. They're the same picture. And on one side, yeah, Pam, it was, the variable you chose, the variable that someone's recommending in code review, right? I fundamentally disagree. Like, the premise was basically that those types of, like, code review comments are not helpful. I fundamentally disagree. I think they're some of the most helpful things we can do because we spend more time reading code than writing code. And yeah, variable naming is something I consider a passion. When I'm doing code review, I will happily make variable name comments. So I don't mean like comments like in the code. I mean comments like PR comments. But yes, exactly. Like if the variable name says exactly what it does, then it does exactly what it does, Like the comment above it is going to be out of date immediately anyway. So yeah, I agree with that. Like people rarely update comments in code, but I'm talking about like PR comments. Like in code review, recommending a better variable name is actually one of the most important things you can do, in my opinion. So yeah, like I have 1000% always been a fan of recognizing that we spend more time reading code than writing code. So everything you should do, or everything you do, should optimize for the reading process, which means better variable names. Which is why I have no problem with stuff like, hold on, you've seen this before, right? Um, iOS contact mother son whatever. No, iOS contact Shit, I'm trying to remember the exact docs. You've seen it. It's a meme. iOS. Address book constants. Like, yeah, this is where you're getting into it, right? Like, KAB not within interval from today, yearless, right? Like, Objective-C and, like, Mac OS and iOS are very, very... It's very common to see this kind of BS, right? But you know exactly what it does. Right? AB stands for address book, sure. K is constant, right? But yeah, there's like the longest one in the world is like your mother's brother's sister's nephew's former roommate or whatever, right? They actually have constants like that, which is just ridiculous. But it actually, it says exactly what it does. And, oh, who wants to type all that out? Dude, you type the first 3 characters and you start getting auto-completion. You type another character and hit tab and you get a little longer. That was it. That was it, restarted. Yes, you knew what I was talking about. Dude. Right? CN label contact relation. Younger cousin, mother's sibling's daughter, or father's sister's daughter. Like, it's a very, very, very specific thing that if you see it being used, you know that it's that. The code aesthetics YouTubers. Yeah. I mean, this is going to sound like shade, and it probably is, but a lot of YouTubers are not actually employed software devs. It's like looking at demo code that some dev advocate makes. Like, I've done it before. I give them weird names and all that stuff. Yeah. Like, but the key is, like, they are so far separated from, like, the real, like, dev practices that you can't take best practices from most YouTubers, right? There's definitely, like, the edge cases. But, yeah, to me, variable naming is one of the most important things you can do. Variable naming, function naming, all that stuff. No. Yeah. Honestly, if it was all about just hammering out code, I could do that offline. These conversations are actually some of my favorite parts of streaming. Because I think other people need to hear it. I'm not saying clean code is a Bible that you got to follow, but this is definitely one of the things clean code talks about that I fundamentally agree with. A function shouldn't be more than 80 lines or something? I don't know about that one. Or it's not even 80, it's like 20 or some bullshit. Yeah, I don't agree with clean code's bullshit there, right? But as far as variable naming and the premise of we spend more time reading code than writing code, 100%. No. So, Baffled Turd, I'm literally talking about a book called Clean Code that most people meme against. I think it's Donald Knuth wrote it. No. No. It's Uncle Bob, right? So yeah, Uncle Bob is a polarizing figure. And if you treat his book as a Bible, then you're going to have unreadable code as well, for different reasons, though. Right? Like the context switching Yeah, Knuth is the algorithms guy. That was my mistake. Yeah, I'm talking about it's Uncle Bob, right? See, I disagree with Uncle Bob, especially for like the function thing. If you're going to say every function should be a maximum of 20 lines of code or whatever, you're going to get into this whole crazy like indirection of jumping from definition to definition, and then you got to maintain that context in your head rather than just a linear process through a larger function. When it starts getting like, you know, the cyclomatic complexity of that larger function, where you're getting like, you know, nested if statements, and those are getting crazy, that's when creating like other functions might be valuable. But yes, the pure just blind hatred of Uncle Bob's clean code, I think misses the point. And, you know, Prime, Tej, Dylan Mulroy, a lot of those guys really just don't like Uncle Bob's clean code book because they're taking the whole thing. It's like if one thing is wrong in it, you can't listen to any of it. No, that's bullshit. Take the things you agree with, throw away the stuff you don't. It's that easy. It's like the design patterns book. A junior reads the design patterns book and thinks everything must use one of the design patterns from there. Right? Like, if I'm not using the factory pattern, I must be doing something wrong. No. Come on. The key is understanding when to use those things, not shoehorning them into everything that you do. Yeah, the Gang of Four, like that design patterns book. Exactly. Understanding the design patterns, when they're useful, is important, right? Dependency injection, is that part of it? I don't remember, but I think it is. Yeah, that's good, but not, you know, anything can be taken too far when you treat it like dogmatically. They're guidelines, not rules. But the reason the Gang of Four and design patterns are sometimes memed about is because juniors often think that it's a Bible rather than a recommendation. Production quality code available to learn with, good practices available anywhere. There's all sorts of open source code that's really well made. I think Just Coder, you would benefit from reading good and bad code and seeing what you don't like about it, right? Seeing what you do like about it. Just go start reading open source code. Navigate around it. I don't have any specific code bases in my mind, but yeah, just go start reading some open source code. Check out Supabase and some of their code. Check out, I don't know, React, like any of the libraries that you use day to day. Start reading their code and see how easy it is for you to navigate around and understand what they're doing. That's a good judgment for good practices, in my opinion. Dependency injection is more confusing than not. I think the problem is that dependency injection makes certain things way better, like testing. If you're doing proper dependency injection or, you know, like all arguments for a function, like if you're doing pure functions, which is basically a form of dependency injection, then you're good to go. The key is not having to mock the world in your testing. And dependency injection really does help with that. And that's maybe because of the indirection of it, right? When you're using like a big dependency injection framework, then you have to understand the framework and where it's doing stuff and where it comes from. Sure. But when you start thinking about dependency injection as like just a broader, like more complicated version of pure functions, then things become really easy. Yeah, extensibility and loosely coupled code, but it also promotes like testability as well. So, yeah, I don't know. In my opinion, the most basic form of dependency injection is pure functions rather than relying on global state or mocking third-party libraries at the import level rather than just like at the function passing level. Right? Like mocking values is so much easier than mocking behavior. And it's more like, less error prone, right? Less brittle. But okay, so you meant to put in video format if you feel YouTube is not the best. Wait, what do you mean by that, Just Coder? I think video is the wrong way to learn code in general. The better you get at coding, the less value you get from video. I understand you like it now, Just Coder, but video isn't going to be a good place to learn that. It's just, you can't bookmark video as easily, right? You can't search it. You don't get a purple link for that section. The better you get at coding, Just Coder, the more code is going to be more important. The more docs are important than a YouTube video. Yeah, you can scan docs way quicker than you can scan a video. So yeah, I understand you like video now, but you do need to practice reading documentation and practice reading source code. And you don't get that from someone's video about it. So I understand, Just Coder. You are at the level where you prefer video. I'm just going to tell you, the better you get, the less video is going to be important to you. You may be the edge case, but just in general, documentation and text, it's easier to scan. It's easier to find exactly what you're looking for. I understand that, Just Coder, but I think fonts can help you a lot as far as that goes. And yeah, like, you're not going to have video for everything. So at some point, you have to develop coping mechanisms. Like, I don't know how to phrase it, and I'm not trying to be insensitive. You're not going to have video for everything. It's just not going to happen. You need to learn how to read code. You need to learn how to read documentation. And whatever coping mechanisms you find for that, go for it. But you're going to have to figure that out. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I don't know about that stuff there. Like the AI, YouTube, whatever, right? Like, I don't know. Like, you just got to put in the practice. So, just coder. The more you practice reading documentation, even with dyslexia, the better you'll get at it. But you may consider some other fonts, like, overriding your font in your browser using a font that is easier for you to read. It's very subjective, but there's Open Dyslexic. That's one font that you can try. Personally, I find this really hard to read. But if it works for you, then yeah, you can make your browser default to this font for everything. You can override everyone's fonts if you really do so choose. So here's at least one of them. There's also the font from the Braille Institute. I think it's Braille Institute. Atkinson Hyperlegible. Yep. This one might help, right? Some of the design features to help fix some of the dyslexia issues, like O versus 0, B versus 8. Distinctly different. One capital I, lowercase I, and L. And I believe they don't have it yet, but they do have a monofont. What I was going to say is they don't have ligatures yet, and they may eventually. So, experiment around and find fonts that improve your docs reading process. You could have value doing that. Do they have a blog post about it? Not that I can find. It's fine for now. All right, so we have been getting some disconnected, but they do reconnect, which is nice. So our reconnection logic is at least better than it was. Yeah, no worries, Just Coder. Yeah, that's what I was getting at with like the coping mechanisms. There are fonts you can choose, there are things that you can do. You can make the text bigger. Maybe that helps. I am not dyslexic, so I don't know. But it's part of the reason why I use Comic Sans, actually. Because I have at least heard that Comic Sans reads better for people with dyslexia. Maybe it's not the best, and maybe it's not for everyone. We should probably get Comic Code going here in the editor, right? One of these days. Okay, so what I want to do is we see ID. Oh, and that's what we were doing. Yeah, no worries. I don't mind getting distracted. So thank you, Baffleturd. I think that was a good conversation. I'm going to go through. And we're going to make sure these get formatted the way we want. All right, so we do string.trim. Same thing here. No. I'm good. That's just something you got to get used to as a streamer. All right, cool. I am wondering if there's some way that we could do this at the ecto level. Like anytime we get a char back, we trim it. We'll deal with it for now. All right, so then we see this drop down and it's not doing what I expected. So what do we think we're doing wrong here? I don't think I care about the group. But it's still empty. Okay, so notification types there is still just empty. So that would mean it's probably up here in the layout. Shit. Yeah. Yeah. We don't want to do it like that. There we go. So then, voila. All right, so I don't want to set a max width on it. We'll let it go full. I think This is where we're going to have individual forms. And yeah, instead of email form dot control, we've got base form schema. Yes, we're doing like this a polymorphic data type, right? Which means the base has notification ID and a name, right? And a type. Those three things. Let me get more music going. But then beyond that, if someone selects an email type, there's going to be an email field. If they select an SMS type, there's going to be a phone number field. What I almost want to do is I want to create like a base form, but the submit is going to be separate. And I almost want you to like set the name first, which is why I want to do it as a separate form. By doing it as a separate form, we also, like, as we were maybe going to change between SMS and email, the form that's showing would change, but we want the name to persist so you don't have to like type it again as you change. Like, you know, if you decided to do these in a different order, especially if I put name first. So I don't know if we can use React hook form for everything here. And let me reach out to the crew for gaming tonight. Just to see. The game we play is largely determined by if Algo Bro is gaming with us tonight. How to get into a hacking team? No, and I would also say we try and keep things ethical here, so I probably wouldn't have any advice for you there anyway. If you want to get into ethical hacking for a career, right, like security stuff, solving CTFs together. Okay. There is InfoSec streams. I don't know about a full-on team, but this is a group of InfoSec streamers. So maybe like find these groups and chat and hang out. Yeah, like no, these are all ethical hackers. For sure. Ending with Allie, I don't think she's doing security stuff right now. I think she's doing some front end or something. Hold on, let me double check. Oh, it looks like she's done. No, she's going. She's doing some hackathon thing, which when we talk about hackathons, it's not actually hacking, right? It's like just hammering out some code, something or other. Hold on, let me look at her stream real quick and see what she's working on. Yeah, this looks to me like front end code. So she's not doing any security stuff today. There you go, Hacker Man. Nailed it. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily worry about the team aspect of it, but just being part of a community is helpful. So yes, check out all these streams. Should probably just go and follow all of them. They are in order of like the last time they streamed. So all of them might be a bit much. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Het Tanis, GoPro Slowyo, Gamozo. Yeah, a lot of these guys stream on a regular basis. As we get lower in the list, I don't recognize nearly as many names. I do know Profits. Yep, Profits is good. Might have been a while since they streamed, though. Low Level. Yeah. Low Level does stuff. I guess it has been a while since he streamed. But yeah, thank you for the follow. And oh, I missed another one too. Aimer0, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And Alassal, thank you as well. Yeah, he doesn't do much reverse engineering or security stuff. He talks about like low level programming, but there's more to it than that, you know. Maybe Nahamsek? He's big time. Blaze Bits is great. But yeah. Bald guy with glasses. Oh, are you talking about RWX Rob? He's not a security streamer as far as I know. Okay, it's not him. Bald guy with glasses. Are you sure that's not Hetanis? Yeah, I don't know. If you find it, let me know. I'm curious. Yeah. Like your follow list is kind of hard to, like, tricky to find. Alrighty. So yeah, let's keep going. All right. So back to what we're working on. Yeah, we got to think about how we do this part. Hold on. Uh, Hold on. Star Spangled Banner. I'm replying to a tweet here real quick. What are the lyrics again? Let me double check this. I don't care about the history of it. Yeah. Oh, say, can you see by the... So, yeah. One thing. And this has haunted me since I was a very young child, since 4th grade. Going around talking about the national anthem in 4th grade. What is the 8th word in the national anthem? And I chime in and I say, you know, it's my turn, right? I'm like the 8th person in line. Donzerly? That has haunted me for like 30 years. Like, dude, I wasn't a stupid kid. I just never seen the words written before. I don't know. It's some bullshit song. What do any of the words mean? Who cares? Donzerly Light. I don't know. I'll figure out what Donzerly means eventually, right? Fuck it. It's some kind of special light. I don't know, man. Yeah, dude. I have been haunted by that. Too long. Like, I could sing the words. I just didn't know what the actual words were, right? It's like one of those phonetic things. Like, you can learn the lyrics to a song that's not even in the language you speak, and you could pronounce it perfectly. But you don't actually know what the words mean. Right? Like the song that Will Ferrell sings in Step Brothers. You know, like the song Erase 2. Da 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 Erase 2. Like, you know, like, I don't know, if I had it in front of me, like I could sing the lyrics after hearing them. I don't know what all of them mean though. Something manana? I don't know. I know what manana means. But yeah, like, that is actually a universal thing. You might enjoy all sorts of songs that are written in other languages, right? Balabamba. La Bamba. I don't know what La Bamba means. It's a good song, though. Balabamba. That's one word, right? OA Labs. Oh no, he's good. Yeah. Is he not in that list? Next time you're over there, pass him that list, and all he has to do is reach out to GoPro Slowyo. GoPro Slowyo's the maintainer. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen him stream for a while. OA Labs used to raid here all the time, though. Yeah, super good dude. We've definitely raided him before, too. And yeah, why isn't this dude coding? Because I am simply trying to think about how I want to do this polymorphic form stuff. Right? Like dynamic forms, basically. It's possible, yeah, Baffleturd. Like, they might have raided us, and that was your introduction. I think I've raided there at least once or twice, too, though. But yeah, what's up? How you doing, Hausa? Mr. Sir? What you up to over there on the YouTube? Yeah, honestly, on that InfoSec Streams page, they used to have me in the list, but I don't do security stuff. So I'm 100% okay with not being in that list. One thing I might be recognizing, yeah, Theo, different Theo than the one you might be thinking of. He's awesome. He raids us all the time. We raid him back. What I'm seeing is their list is probably cut off a bit. Because, what is it? Cyber Puppy? Or, not Cyber Puppy, something Puppy. Oh, he was in there? You found it? Okay, cool. That's fine. But yeah, like there's a few people that do security stuff that aren't in this list. So, maybe it's just when I toggle the EN off. Is that when you saw him? Oh, there's OA Labs now. Yeah, yeah. Tiberius, they do a lot of stuff. Yeah, 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 I see it now. Trash Puppy, not Cyber Puppy. Trash Puppy. Yeah, Trash Puppy streams security stuff, so I'm surprised they're not in here. But it's based on 30-day activity. So yeah, Trash Puppy might not have streamed in a while. If they haven't streamed, they're on the inactive streamers list. Okay. Chad B. Noob, we haven't seen in a while. Yeah. She might have. I don't know. I see her like some tweets and stuff every once in a while. Donut Pointer, we haven't seen in ages. Tiny Tina does security stuff. Yeah. Trash Puppy, there you go. They do still have an account. But yeah, it looks like they haven't streamed in a while. They had good content, though. It was a good stream. But, you know, that's the sad part about streaming. Like, yeah, streamers come and go just as, like, life circumstances happen. When we raided Juicebox Hero the other day, she even mentioned she was looking around and she didn't recognize anybody streaming at the time. Yeah, the category moves really fast. Right? Like, when was the last time Melky streamed? Anyone know? It's been a while. People just fall off. They lose interest. Yeah, 6 to 7 months. That sounds about right. I feel like Melky, it's been a month or two. Oh, he streamed last month. Okay, that's good. He may just be vacationing or something. He does work for Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. I do remember at one point him saying that he was probably going to stop streaming eventually. Like, I don't know. He may have just been talking off the cuff and not serious, or maybe he was. I don't know. Like another one, Bash Bunny. Haven't seen her stream in ages. So yeah, like streamers just fall off. It happens. All right, so let's continue thinking about how we want to do this. I wouldn't be surprised if Melky blames me a little bit for some of his burnout. What's up, Dig Dug? It's a solid, relevant, like, topical meme. Have you seen the movie or have you just seen the clip? All right, so here's one thing I want to do. Variant. No, we don't do a variant. Is there really no variant on the select? That's annoying. So it's 3 a.m. in Denmark. Gonna hop to bed. Also feels like you had a whiskey too much, which means bedtime. Yeah, no worries, man. Thank you for hanging out and good conversation, man. I enjoy it every time. So what I find interesting is that drop-down does have a variant, right? But select doesn't. And what's up, Hota? Is that how to pronounce that? Did I just swear in Spanish or something? Or Portuguese?
Yes, I swore in Chilean. Or Spanish, technically, right? But English only, please. Yep, no worries. You a snowboarding fan? It's like my biggest like reference to Chile. But it's a big country, so I get it. It's the long country, right? Like the long thin one. I probably have that wrong. Hold on. It is the long thin one. Yeah. Like a glove. And I guess I didn't realize Argentina had like the mountainous area as well. Hmm. I live in Washington State in the US. I used to be a snowboard bum. I worked at Stevens Pass, so I know Manuel Diaz vaguely. Like, he probably wouldn't remember me, especially because of recent circumstances. That's why I was asking if you're a snowboard fan, because he's famous in Chile as far as snowboarding goes. But I'm not sure he snowboards at all anymore. Um, he had a motorcycle accident, I think, without a helmet, and yeah, traumatic brain injury stuff, which is a shame because he was a really good snowboarder. Ooh, some neighbors cooking seafood. Oh, it smells good. Oh, it smells real good. There's the command. And yeah, I'm currently just like I'm dragging my feet on how I want to implement a polymorphic form where the drop down that we have here is going to determine what a bunch of other extra fields look like. And it's tricky because I still want the name field, which is common between all of them, to be validated when we submit, but it kind of needs to live as its own form. So React hook form should have some way of triggering a submit without doing anything, right? Yeah, we just need to start hacking it out and see how it feels. I feel like the name of it should go first, and then the type should go second. And we'll have a little thing, like if you haven't selected an option, that says, like, you must select a type. So X Factor. Honestly, Get Kraken is part of the inspiration. We have a, like, if this, then that notifies us when we are tagged on Twitter. And a tag could work, but not everybody mentions us by tag. Like, not everyone even knows that we have a Blue Sky account. So instead, could we get notified and respond and do some stuff community and engagement-wise for the brand without them having to follow us, without us following them, without them having to tag us and all that BS? I think there would be some value to that. Yes, absolutely. It's a little tricky to do it that way, but, you know, I plan on giving them free access to it. You know, we can prove it out, but I got to make sure that I retain ownership, because I think that's important. I don't want them trying to, like, own the product I built. For the most part, things are white roomed, and I don't think the company would pull anything like that. But also, it's like a tricky thing to point out. And also, I kind of want it for myself as well. Like, there's another tool called F5bot. I think we could build basically an F5bot competitor. So we could look at Reddit and Hacker News and Lobsters as well. Because, yeah, like, their product is really, like, very basic. And it works. Like, honestly, F5bot's an awesome tool, and I use it already, but I needed something to dog food Walter, which we haven't renamed yet properly. So at this point, taking an existing product and making our own version of it is a good way of launching something without having to prove out a whole new idea. So that's my main goal. I want to, like, try something. I want to build something. I want to dog food Walter with it. But I don't want to have to, like, put in a lot of effort for it and do something completely novel. Right? We can just take something other people are doing, build it ourselves, and whether other people use it or not, we can still prove the idea. Right? This is a way of me actually, like, dog fooding and making sure that the Walter SDKs and APIs are valuable. So we're not at that part yet. I still want it to just work first, and then we'll start introducing the billing and quotas and all that stuff. But yes, this is a product so I can dog food Walter. The main way of doing that is just building something that's already existing, rather than having to, like, pioneer an entire new product. Which I think Walter is kind of doing. And again, I gotta figure out a name for Walter, man. Ugh. That part's tougher for me. Like, I'm thinking Quotani. I've got a couple other domain names locked down. Quotani, I think, works. But there's a few others that I think are nice, too. One of these days, I'll pull the trigger on something. I already have the domain for Quotani, so we're good there. But I'm just not 100% sold on it. Yep. Right, so you hear the name and you can probably spell it, like no problem. Yeah. Like no big deal. It's quota in some language. I forget what. But yeah, real quick, let me use the restroom. BRB. All right, and I'm back. Yeah, let's just start hacking out this form separation. So instead of, right, we got before base form schema. We're actually going to create base form. Interestingly, we had an electrical spike that toggled on all 4 of my battery backups. It's probably a strong enough spike that it would have actually taken off my stream. So yeah, if you're a streamer and you're serious about streaming and you're in anywhere like Washington State where power is just so finicky, I highly recommend battery backups for everything important. Technically, I got 117 minutes, but they'll toggle off here soon anyway. Because I've got power elsewhere. But yeah, I also lived in a house that had really dirty power. So yeah, it might be worth checking if you have dirty power, which means basically like the AC voltage isn't consistent and it dips and sometimes spikes. Yeah, that dirty power I had actually killed some RAM that I had. Like it killed some other devices I had. Like I think it killed a camera. Yeah, like dirty power is actually a huge problem. So yeah, you end up needing like a battery backup or a UPS that will actually like massage the sine wave. So there are pure sine wave, and then there's like other sine wave, but any of them are better than something that doesn't massage the power. Oh shit! So I just saw Leah T Codes and their announcement that they are working for Laravel, like the company. Like that makes a lot more sense why they've been doing so many like conference talks. That's cool. That's huge. But yeah, she doesn't stream much anymore either. I really like how Leon at least like encouraged people to stream their learning process. Like Leah, uh, why am I spacing on her name? Madeline Patience. Like there was a bunch of streamers from 100 devs that streamed like the majority of their learning process. And I think that's so cool. But yeah, what's everyone up to? We are at 6 p.m. Looks like I haven't heard back from Robotic Head yet. Algo seems to be ready for streaming. Start the new Daredevil or try to finish off season 2 of Severance. I haven't watched any of Severance yet. Yeah, have they finished season 3, or is that like they're planning on season 3? All right, so yeah, we'll be wrapping up here in 20 minutes or so. Okay, so they're planning season 3. I do remember hearing that a new season has been signed off on at Apple. I just wasn't sure if that's what they were like on now, like season 3, or if it's season 4 that got signed off on. I've heard it's an amazing show. I don't have Apple TV or whatever. Okay, so yeah, season 3 is the one that got renewed. Makes sense. Um, Ethan, are you out there right now? And then, Speedy Alex, are you out there as well? Me, Algo Bro, and Robotic Head are considering gaming tonight, and we're thinking maybe some repo again. If they're not out there, I'll send them a message. Just figured I could kick it off a little bit here. All right, so instead of email form, this is base form. And I really do want to put the select value after it. So then here, what I want to do right, if we don't have a selected type, why did it do padding top 32? All right, and then let's go look at neo-brutalism. What I'm looking for is like a notice type or something. Like a... I don't think command. No, not command. think alert might be the thing that we want to put there. So if we don't have a selected type, this renders. Well, hold on. Let's update the input. What up, Trekich? Here is the project. I used to be. I currently work at GetKraken as a developer advocate. This is my first job as a developer advocate. I've been like front end lead, senior front end for like 10 years. My career as an actual dev is why they hired me as a developer advocate. They had other really good developer advocates to choose from, but most of them have been developer advocates for too long to where they kind of like lack the context of what a real dev cares about. So I don't know if they would agree, but streaming as much as I do, especially like during the week, which would be considered work hours, is part of me staying relevant to devs, right? Part of me actually is still being able to talk to devs and understand dev problems by doing actual dev in a broader capacity than just like demo projects and bullshit, right? And I think that's a big problem that a lot of developer advocates and DevRel people run into. They actually like lose the plot because they're no longer doing dev on a regular basis. right? They're just doing demo stuff. They're just doing blog posts, whatever, right? So I don't know. I haven't confirmed any of this, but the CEO has said, like, we need to get you like working on some code so you can maintain your chops. That's what I'm doing. You used GitKraken at your last job. You're an ETL software engineer. Cool. Keep in mind that GitKraken is bigger than just the desktop GUI. There's also GitLens. I assume you use GitLens probably, right? Right? If you're using VS Code, you're probably using GitLens. That's also one of our products. Are we hiring? I don't know. So it looks like we are hiring an ETL developer, but in Spain. That said, no, I understand that, but you could always send them a message. No matter what, you can just try and join the talent community. You can apply anyway. It may come down to, are you willing to work Spain hours? Again, I don't know. Apply anyway. Like, nothing stops you. Like, there's nothing lost if they say no, right? There's something to be gained if they say yes. So, yeah. At the end of the day, if you feel like there's a company you want to work for and there's a job available and it's not the place that you are in or it's not an exact match, you basically lose nothing by just applying. You should do that for every job. Yeah, so we got a bug here that this part is not hiding. No, I work in Washington State. Like, not every role is hybrid. They are aiming for more hybrid roles just because, I don't know, there's value to having someone in the office. But no, I'm not hybrid. I have visited the office a few times, but no, I'm fully remote. We have plenty of fully remote people at the company, but I do think they find value in especially like certain roles. Like the Alicante office, I think, is majority hybrid. So if you really, really wanted to get that ETL job, I think you'd probably have to be willing to work like Spain hours, even if you're fully remote. So that might be a deal breaker for you, but whatever, you can try. Let me get more music going. Well, we haven't listened to this album in a long time. Oh, shit. And they've got some new shit, too. Yeah, exactly. Worst they can say is no. Like, fuck it. Whatever, man. And sorry, I missed it. Jinkita, thank you for the follow half an hour ago. You know, I take my sweet ass time, don't I? And Trekich, yeah, thank you for the follow as well. I will say, if you're down in like the Arizona area, right? If Scottsdale isn't too far, that would be a big selling point. Like, even if you're not Alicante local, right? Hybrid for the Scottsdale office could be a thing. Michigan, yeah, totally different. Yep, that's fine. Just separate thing. Yeah, and I doubt there's any like relocation bonus or any or like, you know, budget. I'm not sure. Again, you can always just ask. If you'd be willing to move, you can always ask. Right? You can throw that in there as part of your pitch. Hell, if you just want to get out of Michigan anyway. Arizona's cheap. It's also really fucking hot. So keep that in mind. They couldn't pay me enough to move to Arizona, so let me just point that out. Well, you know what? I might do it for 500K a year. Which means, like, no company's going to pay me that much to move to Arizona. So we're good. But that would be my bare minimum to, like, leave Washington State for somewhere as hot as Arizona. I hate the heat. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. But yeah, I'm a little bummed because our state management should be working pretty well. Here's my next thought. Is dialogue actually not reactive? We ran into this same fucking problem with Mantine. Is it actually like a portal problem? Because if so, that sucks. Damn, I haven't smelt someone making this like shrimp gumbo dish in ages. It smells so fucking good. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do shrimp tomorrow night for sure. I'm gonna do the shrimp scampi. There's no time for it tonight, but yeah, shrimp scampi tomorrow. That's the move. Shit. All right, so that's the big problem we got right now. Dialogues don't feel reactive to me. Which is weird because we're inside of a form component that should be reactive, at least unto itself. All right, so label, yeah, that goes away. That's a bug. Oh, shit. No, I know what it is. No, that was it. Yeah, we're not actually, like, listening to that part. Nah, that was the mistake. I didn't actually think about it. Yeah, no, that change value, right? We see it get logged, changed value, that. It's not selected type ID. This is changed value. And then voila. Will it blend? Yeah, it'll blend. All right. So yeah, that was my mistake. We let it get auto completed, but I didn't actually like read it. So that's my bad. So then once you have something selected, then we need to decide which form to show. Yeah, so your like your portfolio is going to need a lot of work. I think that's an easier transition than moving to web dev from something like test, QA, or support. But it does mean you got to put in like a bunch of extra effort, like build stuff, like have stuff you can showcase and talk through. All right, hold on. This song is chaotic. Let's get the next album going. Let's see this. But yeah, now you're gonna have to put in a lot of work. That's all there is to it when you're changing careers. I went through probably like a dozen, at least a half dozen companies that didn't want to give me a chance as a developer advocate until Get Kraken did. And here's the weirdest part. Like, I'd already been speaking at conferences. I already had been streaming. I've been doing basically DevRel, talking at meetups and all that shit for years. But yeah, like, companies just don't want to pull the trigger on someone without explicit experience unless you can convince them. And sometimes it just takes trying enough to where you find that one company that gives you a chance. So what I would recommend, though, is apply to agencies. Right? Apply to, like, consultancies or whatever. No, not that at all, Trekage. No, sorry. Developer advocate is basically a marketing role. Right? Developer advocate is basically you create content for developers, you speak on their behalf to the product team, etc. Like, developer advocate is just a fuzzy relation to developer relations, right? So it's more of a content role than anything, but it depends based upon the company. Typically, when you see people speaking on behalf of their company at a conference, they are a developer advocate or dev relations person for that company. Yeah, what I'm getting at is agencies are not where you probably want to stick it out, but because they kind of churn through people as they get experience, they're always hiring. I had a friend at an agency I worked at who was a project manager there. And like this sentiment was echoed by senior people that worked there too that moved on. But basically the company was a jump to conclusions mat because the agency will never pay what you're worth because every single like dollar they're paying you is eating into their bottom line because they bill clients based upon hours and estimates. Whereas when you work at a company, their bottom line is based upon product and value, so it's easier to pay you what you're actually worth. Agencies are incentivized to pay as little as possible, more so than product companies. So agency, consultancy, studio, like there's names for it, whatever. But the song remains the same between all of them. They're not going to pay you what you're worth, and that's okay because you're using them to get experience. And that's okay because they're always hiring, because once you get enough experience at an agency, you're going to move on to somewhere where you're going to be paid what you're actually worth. So recognize that going from ETL to dev, you might take a pay cut. It's a jump to conclusions, Matt, right? It's just simply a springboard into the rest of your career. Anytime you're switching like careers, you're going to take a cut. Unless you're going from like washing dishes to being a software dev. Like me. Like I was a dishwasher as a snowboard bum. Ooh, hold on. Um, no, it's not story. I'm trying to think of the command. Give me a second. I did a podcast episode with the DevRel who worked at Roadmap. I think it's my roadmap is the command. There you go. So yeah, I chatted with the previous DevRel. He's not there anymore, but we did an episode for roadmap.sh in their podcast. And, you know, you can get a bunch of my like history and stuff from that. I'll probably make a YouTube video about it myself at some point. But in the meantime, that's probably like the best, like, how did I get into tech in general? I can give you, like, spoiler alert, I think that's like a half-hour episode in which we chat and bullshit and hang out. The gist is, I graduated high school, I had a shit GPA, like, we're talking like 2.5. No college was going to accept me that was worth actually going to. I decided to become a snowboard bum instead. I told my parents, and they were both programmers, so they were like, yeah, sounds good. Go for it. Use your knees while you got them. So then I went to Mount Hood for the summer, snowboarded all summer, worked at Stevens Pass during the winter, and I did that off and on, like alternating those two things for 10 years. So during the summer, I worked as a janitor, as a dishwasher, as a prep cook, as a busser, as a server, like as a bartender, like all sorts of shit, as a pizza chef. Right? I did whatever I needed to do so that I could snowboard all summer, and I rode around 150 days a year for like 10 years straight, which is a lot of snowboarding. At Stevens Pass, I worked ski check, rentals, and then terrain park, and I worked terrain park for the majority of my tenure at Stevens Pass. So much so that I even got to go out with like the cat operators at night and help build features and like set rails and do all that shit. Like, best time of my life. Wouldn't change it for the world. But 2 broken collarbones, dislocated shoulder, AC separations on both shoulders. It catches up to you. But both my parents didn't have a degree in programming because they're old enough that those didn't exist. My mom's a math major and my dad went to the College of Artesia and didn't get his degree before that shit folded. But they still did major things in the programming world after that. So it was always something that I realized anyone can do at any time in their life. So at the age of like 30, 28, I started doing my my college degree, and then by like 32, I was ready to apply for shit. And I was doing freelancing here and there in the meantime. So there you go. That's the Cliff's Notes version. I definitely have a bit of privilege there by recognizing that both my parents were programmers already, and neither of them got degrees for programming. So that's the one thing that I think, if you are becoming a software dev and your parents weren't programmers, they're going to think, well, you need the degree, you got to do it, like you're wasting your time, blah, blah, blah. Whereas like my parents were programmers, they know I could get into it at any point. Like, it's not a big deal. It's totally fine. I had a major amount of privilege with parents that were understanding. If your parents are not programmers, they are probably less understanding. All right, so real quick, random GK complaint question about the GK app. Pushing to 2 remote repos doesn't work well. So for example, you have GitLab and GitHub as 2 remotes. If you push to main on GitHub, it won't let you push to the same commit to GitLab. Ooh, okay. We do have a feedback form. Would you be willing to submit to that? I could submit it elsewhere, but if I submit it now, no one's going to see it because it's the weekend. Right? It'll get buried by Monday. Like Monday morning, no one will see it. If you submit it as feedback, there might be something there. And I would say that might even be like a support thing instead. But there's like our feedback.getkraken where you can make recommendations. But there's also the support center that might make more sense because that sounds like a bug to me more than anything. And if you bubble it up to support, it will get seen no matter when you submit it, because support is really on top of things. But if I took what you said and submitted it now, we're here on a Saturday. Like, dude, it's going to get buried. If you want to remind me on Monday, then I can do it. But yeah, today would be a bad time to, like, for me to submit that on your behalf. All right. We are at 6:42. I've got stuff I want to do for this forum, but juggling the forums and like showing the relevant forum based upon our selection, that'll be what we do on Monday. Tomorrow, Sundays are my day off while I get a bunch of work done. Probably going to have to do my taxes. Ugh. But I want to end stream at a reasonable time today so I can play some games with AlgoBro and Robotic Head and maybe Ethan, maybe Alex, maybe anyone else that wants to join a game of Repo together. I doubt we're going to be able to convince AlgoBro to play more Path of Exile. But we can ask. So yeah, tonight we'll play some Repo probably. And, you know, after that I might hop into some Path of Exile. Path is in a rough state right now. I think it's good. It's just, They nerfed a lot of stuff and they want it to be painful. No, yeah, I played last night until 4 a.m. And me and Ethan got hung up on the wolf guy, right? Like the end of Act 1. Like we were sitting there like 15-minute runs on the boss. We get him to like 20% and then like, they go crazy. Like, yeah, the progressive like change in their patterns and like how much tougher they get. Yeah, it was rough. But we just needed someone who was ranged. Like both me and Ethan are warriors, which is the wrong thing. Like if we had mixed damage, like one ranged person, one warrior, we would have been better off for sure. Yeah, they want it to be slower, mainly because their end game sucks still. Right? So they want people to take longer to get to end game because end game sucks. Sorry for the sneezes. Yeah, like honestly, I'm still having fun. It's so much easier once you have another character that's made it to endgame because then you have enough gold for your like new characters to buy a whole bunch of bullshit. When you are like hurting for gold though at the beginning of the game and you can't buy some of the shit that's on the vendors, that is when the game sucks the most. Right? Because like a couple good items early game in Path of Exile really does change your experience. So I think that's the big problem right now. Like everyone's starting fresh in the new league, so they don't have their gold reserves to hit upon, which makes the early game suck way more. They need to increase the amount of drops in early game and then taper it off maybe if they don't want it to be like too easy. But again, it's early access, so, who knows? On a Souls-like vision they have? I get that. The Souls-like vision makes sense if they just had better drops early game. The fact that, like, the drops are so shitty really does fuck it up. Like, especially if you're in a group, you're fighting the rest of your group because the drops are so shitty. Like, only one of you gets that thing that you would have gotten solo anyway. Such as, like, an item drop so you can get gold or, like, the support gems or the other stuff. They massively need to increase the amount of loot dropped when you're in a party because a party splitting early game loot fucking sucks. Like, it's really bad. But again, I have faith that they will fine-tune this better at some point. Yeah. There will be an update. It'll happen. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It was a lot of stuff they released right now, and I'm sure the entire team was really stressed to get it out. At Get Kraken, we did a major launch like last week or the week before, and me and a coworker had some stressful moments together. I'm really happy that, like, keep in mind, I'm not happy that it happened, but it is at least somewhat soothing to recognize that I'm not the only person that was feeling the burn and had more friction with other people in the company during that 1 week. Like another person on the product marketing team, which is where DevRel lives and other product marketers live and, content and all that. They were already like owning up to, I was stressed and I was probably not the best person to chat with while trying to figure out the new CLI tool. I resonate heavily with that because I had the same problem. So it's more just when you do like a big release, everybody is more stressed than they should be, when instead, like, could some of this stuff have been more gradual? I think so. I don't think they needed to ship everything all at once the way they did. They could have introduced some of these changes during the last batch, you know? I think there's just some product or project manager that is so out of touch with the stress of shipping this many changes and maintaining like player what's the word? Morale, right? There was such an effort to ship that they missed out on understanding why people even play the game. But yeah, let's go raid someone, because I got some dumplings to cook and I got some games to play with some friends. Who's streaming right now? We raided JD Does Dev recently, so 2,000 follower celebration weekend. Yeah, we raided him, I think, last night, right? Whiskey was a thing, so maybe, maybe not. Midnight Simon is doing his Leak Code Weekly contest. We see Sergeant Pepper. You know what? We haven't had a chance to raid Sergeant Pepper in a while. We haven't had a chance to raid Ending with Allie in a long time, though. Let's go raid Ending with Allie. Let's go do that. For sure. I can say Trey. All right, that's fine. I will be over on gaming if anyone wants to join over there. We'll be playing probably Repo, which is a new like group kind of like fun like horror style like whatever game, like loot shit and get out, but like there's some bullshit. But I'll be playing some PoE 2 after that. It'll be a little late for you if you're in Michigan, but it's Saturday, so time's an illusion, right? But yeah, just in case, if you want to hang out there, anyone else that wants to hang out over on Griffing and Chill on Twitch, that even goes for people over on YouTube. If you want to head to Twitch and hang out on Griffing and Chill, let me know. I'll eventually start streaming Griffing and Chill to YouTube as well on like a separate channel. I think that'd be fine. But yeah, we're going to go raid Ending with Allie. She just stepped away. Of course, my timing is impeccable. She'll be back by the time we get in there, right? Wait, I'm not allowed to raid? Hold on one second. All right, so we're going to go raid Ending with Allie. We figured it out. We're good. We're just barely above the number that she allows to raid. I have no idea what the music we're hearing is. It's not music I'd play here, but it's her stream. She can do whatever she wants. It's okay. But YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. I'll see you all again soon. I'll be back here on Monday. So later, YouTube. Cheers.